Now let's make sure this is up and running. I believe that's it. Yep, there we go. Part 9 is up and running. Hey there, my darlings, and welcome to another little broadcast from Elita, Draconia, and we are going to be delving more into the Tulioli stuff. Alright, without further ado, let us continue the story. Ride the beast to the Sky Deep Synod. There we go, woo! Down we go. Look how my allies are down here already. Mystic Door, what is your secrets? This is a cenotaph, which means that beyond these doors is... Right of succession or no, disturbing the souls that rest here feels wrong. I know, but I can't turn back. Let's pay our respects at the very least. Let's go. I'm ready to complete my journey. Sky Deep Synod is now accessible. I thought I'd be getting a dungeon soon. I confess I anticipated my duty as guide with no little weariness. I knew our journey might change the course of my nation, but I did not think it would change the course of my own life. Cenotaphs are notorious for attracting malefic creatures. We must exercise all due caution. I don't know what's down there, but I'm eager to see it with my own eyes. Okivu, Mablu, so many people have helped us reach this moment. Let us honor their generosity and find the Golden City at last. Part of me is sad to see our journey end, but I have to see what's waiting for us in there. Oh, it's time to go. You no longer have Sage DPS as an option.
I won't let you down. Let's give it our all.
Let's get to it.
Here we go. There's remarkably something down here. Cold down here. Those tree roots are enormous. There's like little urns on top of them. We're beneath the forest, beneath the water. I won't forget these children, not ever. Looks like a species of ray. Whatever it is, we have to fight it. You're cursed to be a nuisance to your party. Didn't stand a chance. Everyone alright? Then let's proceed. We must have reached the Yuck quarries. Then we're on the right track.
still.
Do you get the feeling we're being watched? Rats! There are rats! Workers, arise! Eliminate rats! Silence, our workers have fallen. Activate firearms. Smash them, smear them into pulp. I wish they'd stayed sleeping. Interesting place. little one hopped out just then. Core engaged, firearms was in. It can dream as big as it likes, we're still topping it. Oh shit, that thing's huge. Alright, we did it. Let's keep moving. Ooh, what is this? Now this is peculiar. Let me look on that teleported with the others. this technological stuff in the bombs. Whee! Here we go. Yeah! Sculpture of Silence, Null Skull. Into the digital world we go. It's huge. Time to test our metal then. Watch everyone. strikingly different from the rest of the cenote. I've never seen a place like this before. We must be very deep underground by now. That light! Then that must be...
This place was of Yokwi origin. But is this glowing stone their creation as well?
I don't believe so. I've never seen anything like it.
Then it's from an even older time. Don't tell me it's the Allagans again.
While careful study would be required to confirm, it does not appear to be reminiscent of their designs.
Could it be?
There's something on the other side, but how did we get over there?
Oh, this is cool.
That's how, apparently.
Right then. Let's go and take a look.
That seal. That's Charlian and no mistake.
How do we open it?
With the earring, maybe?
Come and look at this.
Or no, the tablets. Do we put the tablets in those parts, sections?
Your tablets might be a good fit, wouldn't you say?
Leave it to Alfino.
Oh, wow. This place looks amazing. It's like digital memories, like stored in like cubes.
Is this it? The Golden City?
Though there is some resemblance, it doesn't quite live up to what the Yokhui described from their dreams.
Well done! Well done indeed. You, my dear daughter, have found the entrance to the City of Gold and triumphed in the right of secession.
So we did it. We made it to the end!
You seem more perplexed than joyous.
It's just... This place is unlike anything we've seen in Tural. Never mind the peculiar stone. So I am given to wonder, what exactly lies beyond that gate?
Nothing less than the Golden City of Legend, I assure you. The circumstance prevents us from opening the gate. As to what the city is and what Gall of Valdesium discovered all those years ago, this knowledge and more, I will share with you after your ascension. What you choose to do with it will be up to you.
The Golden City is real. It took a while, but I finally found it.
Ha ha! Come! Let us return to Tuliola.
Home at last.
I understand now why the students of Beltesium were petitioned. But what were my grandfather's findings? Not only regarding that stone, but that gate. That was unlike what I imagined in my youth. Since when did a place like that exist in Yogg-Doral? It feels as though we have more questions than we set out with, but for now, returning in one piece is cause enough for a celebration. Well, we've done it. We've seen Buklamat to victory, and in the right of succession. Like me, I expect you have no few questions about the Golden City, but they must wait until our claimant has settled into her new role. Even as we speak, she prepares for the Ascension ceremony back at the palace. I'm given to understand it will be held in a few days' time. In the meantime, let us all enjoy some well-deserved rest. Heshkawa is beaming at you. Welcome back, and may I congratulate you on Buklamat's victory in the right of succession. It's our great honour to host the comrades of our future Dawn servant. Such a grand journey has doubtless left you fatigued. Please relax and enjoy your stay. Sometime later. Surprised to see me? I suppose it's only natural. May I come in? I haven't properly thanked you. That my sister was able to realize her potential is a testament to the quality of her traveling companions, particularly you. For that, you have my heartfelt gratitude. I only did as you might have in my position. My primary business in calling is to deliver a message from Lamati. As you well know, after the Ascension ceremony, she will officially take up the mantle of Dawn Servant. She has expressed a desire for you to accept a post within her administration, while making no mention of me. You needn't decide immediately. My sister will broach the matter with you again after the ceremony. Whether you continue to assist Lamity or not is up to you. That is all, if you'll excuse me. You have become someone irreplaceable to her. As her brother, I acknowledge that with no little jealousy. But believe me when I say that I hope you will stay by her side. And thus it arrived. The day of the Dawn Servant Ascension ceremony.
What a crowd! As befits the changing of Dawn Servants.
It's starting.
The Dawn Servant!
Look! He's here!
The head of reason is resting again. Thought he'd grace us for this occasion at least. People of Tuliolal, you honor us with your presence. For on this auspicious day, we witness the dusking of one era and the dawning of the next. The succession of Dawn Servants. But I've talked for long enough. Allow me to present the claimant, whose determination, wisdom, and compassion guided them to triumph in the City of Gold. My daughter, Wuklamat. Huzzah! Huzzah!
So proud of my girl.
Long live the Dawn Servant! Long live Tuliolal!
Growing up in this city, I used to think I knew all there was to know about Tuliolal. But my journey showed me how much I had yet to learn about the cultures, histories, and aspirations of this nation. Through the time-honored Ihana, the Hanuhanu taught me how they nourish and cultivate both the land and their bonds with visitors. And with their alpacas and tradecraft, the Pelupelu showed me the depths of their patience and fortitude, to know when to push through and when not to push your luck. From the Moblins and their artisans, I gained insight into the power of creativity, that it is when we are filled with passion and bolstered by the support of others that we produce our best works. And in Kozamauka, I was moved by the history and hopes of the Yokhui, who believe that death isn't the end, that we live on so long as we're remembered. I felt joy and harmony in Yaktel when I tasted Shebruk Bibil, the dish that marked the beginning of peace between the Shebral and Mamurja after centuries of warfare. And I felt sorrow in Mamuk when I met with those who placed their faith in the promise of blessed siblings, and for this were burdened with great suffering. Through the understanding we forged, I'm hopeful that they will find what they seek through friendship and community, for we are all Turali.
Understanding with Mamuk? What sorcery did she use on them?
All of which is to say that, as I've come to know our nation, I've seen the ways in which we thrive, and the ways in which we still struggle. Some in Kozamauka must resort to banditry to survive. A faction of Yokhui still cling to dreams of conquest. Not everyone lives in peace and plenty. And there's still so much of Tulihiolol I don't know. Places I haven't seen, and people I haven't met. That's why I hope to keep learning about and from you, that we might build a nation where everyone knows happiness. Because if there's one thing my journey has taught me, it's that your happiness is my happiness! I say mine, but the Dawn Servant doesn't need to be a single person, does it?
Oh dear. What is she doing?
Yeah. My father led Tulihiolao to prosperity by the resolve and reason of his 2 heads. But my one head can only get us so far. To further change our nation for the better, I'll need someone else. Someone with the knowledge and insight that I lack. So what do you say? Be Dawn Servant with me, Kona?
Mamachi, are you certain?
Absolutely. You take reason, and I take resolve. Together, we make a full Dawn Servant.
You'll have no objections from me, of course. But mine is not the approval you need.
During my time abroad, I experienced the benefits of foreign technologies, some of which I introduced to our nation. Dirigibles now soar the sky in the south, while locomotives traverse the land in the north. I was convinced that by imitating foreign powers, we could assert our strength and thereby deter invasion. Yet despite my intentions, I failed to understand what I was too eager to cast aside, and the very people I wish to protect. My own journey has taught me that culture isn't a hindrance to progress, but a shared value that binds us, connecting lives and generations. With your blessing, I vow to help Tuli Yolal prosper in a way that honors the hopes and heritage of all her peoples. My esteemed predecessor would accept nothing less. For ultimately, I harbor the same wish as my sister. To give you cause to smile. That is my heartfelt desire.
Glad this didn't go to waste. This is the Lay of Legacy. The part of the Tuli Hyola saga where you and I become the next Dawn servant.
Good heavens! Don't tell me this is what kept you so busy ahead of the ceremony.
Just so you know, I didn't decide this on a whim. After reflecting on all we've been through, I realized it was the only answer.
With this, both my brother and I have worthy successors. He would have been proud. Of course you knew. It's been 3 years since my brother left us.
It cannot be. The head of reason is no longer with us.
Oh, tragic tidings.
I didn't want to believe it.
I'm sorry I never told you. We wanted the people to rest easy until our successor could be chosen. Planning the rite was my brother's final duty. He was determined for it to serve the nation's best interests, and labored nigh without cease. And then he died, forcing me to do the actual work. A sneaky bastard. But he did well. I have to give him that. The outcome speaks for itself. Though not quite to the original script, your new Dawn servant rises. May they shine resplendent, and their rule bring light ever greater to Tuliolol.
Damn it, I'm so emotional. The head of reason was very wise indeed, to devise something so elaborate and meaningful as the rite of succession. 'Tis a shame he could not be there to bear witness to the end. A bittersweet celebration to be sure, but I'm glad Wuklamat finally got the recognition she deserves. She might have told someone what she was planning. But Wuklamat does not act with the best interest of her people in mind. Without the best interest of her people in mind. Wuklamat was brilliant up there, wasn't she? The part with the second promise was surprising, but between the two of them, I dare say our new Dawn servants will be capable of anything. The future of Tulioli is bright indeed. Earlier in Yaktal,
Changes in the air, and it's all because of our little firebrand. Every Ilmer father's daughter, that one. I'll be watching where you steer this nation, lass. With what time I've got left. the head of reason was very wise. Yeah. I've said that before. Yeah, you've said that before. Yeah, and you've said that before. Still on 95 quests. Trail is brimming with pride. Wuklamat has truly come into her own, has she not? Indeed, even as she moved the people with her heartfelt words, she retained her characteristic spontaneity, as evidenced by her nomination of Kona as fellow Dawn servant. As sudden as it was, I would like to believe she gave it all due consideration. She could do far worse. Kona completed every feat except the last, and that he only forfeited to help Wuklamat secure victory. I look forward to seeing how Tulioli will prosper under their care. Everyone, thank you for coming. I could see you all perfectly from up there. That was an impressive speech, Dawn Servant. I told you, no titles. Besides, after everything we've been through together, you're nothing less than family. So, like my family does, I'd like you to call me Lamatia. It'd be my honor, Lamatia. Thank you. It means a lot to me. It would also be my honor to call you Lamatia. Mine as well. Indeed. Consider us your Eorzean cousins, if such a notion appeals to you. Eorzean cousins. It's a little embarrassing, but not in a bad way. There's still lots I'd like to say, but I need to make my rounds first. I want to thank my supporters who are visiting for the occasion. Could you wait for me here? Of course, we'll keep ourselves entertained. That said, would you join me, Elita? Wonderful. Come and meet me outside the Winged Walk, then. I don't believe I saw Catamaran in attendance. Did you? Lamatia. Lamatia. Don't worry about us. Go and have fun with Lamatia. She'll always be Wuklamat to me, no matter how important she gets. Ready? Let's go. Our first stop is Auntie's Tacos. And not just for a snack, I promise. Wookie Boo and Mablu should be there. Of course, since we'll be at Aunt Tia's Tacos anyway, we might as well pick up some snacks as well, right? There are no little speech bubble points. We can just go straight down there. been a while since I made it to Capital. I'm glad to find it so lively. Dawn servant Clemat. She was marvellous up there, wasn't she? I simply wept with joy. Oh, Kali. These tacos are delicious, though no doubt even tastier if topped with reeds. Dawn servant Wuklemat, words cannot express the profound joy your ascension has brought me. No need for formalities, I'm still the same old me. Alright then, I shall forgo formalities. Ah, but I cannot. You are Dawn servant. Too disrespectful it is to address you without your due title. As Dawn servant, I am ordering you not to bother with formalities. Alright then, I won't bother anymore. I could more easily converse with a drunken alpaca. Thank you for helping Wuklemat become Dawn servant, Elita. Political opinions in our community may have been divided, but a Dawn servant's ascension presents us all with a prime opportunity, which is why I convinced everyone to participate in a commemorative sales campaign. A wonderful plan, no? My first big undertaking as a merchant. I do like the sound of a sale, so long as I'm not persuaded to buy too much. It's so good to see all of you again. I wanted to personally thank each of you for your help. The Feat of Reeds and the Feat of Gold were my first two tests as a claimant. If not for your guidance, I would have failed the rite of succession before I finally understood its importance. Now that you've given me a taste for celebrating culture, I can't wait to see what else Tulieli has to offer. In Zactorel, for instance. As always, you must observe proper etiquette. I would be happy to offer my services as your tutor should you desire them. I can think of no better instructor. I'll be sure to bring Koana as well. Your duties as Dawn servant will be plentiful, but don't forget your promise to attend Ihihana next season. Of course, I wouldn't miss it. When I've made a name for myself as a merchant, I'll come by the palace and tell you all about my biggest sales. I look forward to it. I have been personally attending to your alpaca's care. Dare we hope to see you at the ranch again? Tell my fluffy spit-filled friend that Wuklemat will visit soon. Anyway, you'll have to excuse us. Oh, you haven't seen Fortunate around here, have you? A tall, slim fella with long pointy ears. I saw a man matching that description by the weapons dealer in Bayside Bevy, in the company of a moblin and a pair of Yokhoi, if I remember correctly. Bayside Bevy, got it. Enjoy the festivities, everyone, and the tacos. I hope Dawn servant Koana will join us for Ihan as well. We could not have asked for a finer Dawn servant. The first promise is Golden Alpaca as spirited as well, as ever. Too spirited, if you ask me. Then it's settled. The Dawn Servant Dedication Day discount is hereby in effect. Sounds like Fortunato has made new friends, which should make him easy to find. Right, so he is over here. Bayside Berry Marketplace. I think Ogre, Master of the Hunt, wants to introduce you to a certain someone. Ah, Elita. The Wing of Protection has been keeping a beady eye on you. Say, you've been making yourself useful, but your adventures have taken you to nigh on every corner of Tural, including Yaktel, I hear. The land of my people. I know how dangerous those woods can be, not only from tales of my ancestors, but from the bills on the board too. Think you're ready to take on a bigger challenge? That's the spirit. Alright then. Let me tell you what these intermediate ranks are all about. Beginner levels can be taken down by any hunter or mercenary, but these ones call for a mite more preparation. I'm not just talking physically, but mentally too. If you're going to risk your life going after these beasts, it's important to know what you're risking it for. Which is why I tell everyone who thinks they're ready to move on from beginner builds to talk to Tai Quad first. She's a master huntress and mentor to would-be vipers. You'll find her down at the Gornigo Gleamstreams. Look for the Zabra with the cobalt fur and ask her to tell you about her history. There's hardly a viper in Tural today who didn't learn the secrets of the hunt from Tayat Zat, and you should too. Go down to the Gleam Sands and look for Zabra with the cobalt fur. She'll show you the ropes. How do we get through it? The citizens behold the High Luminator with awe. No doubt few have seen one of his station or his stature. I have not come to Tulia in quite some time. What friend Frickerick is grateful for his meet again. Wukla, our Dawn servant, Elita, you honor us with your presence. Thank you for coming, everyone. I know the journey to Tulioli isn't a short one. Long road worth the travel to congratulate new Dawn servants. To hear the head of reason has passed brings me sorrow, but we who remember him will ensure he lives on. May the acolytes of this day be as offerings to the future he envisioned. The High Luminator and I attend on behalf of Ruler's Echo. Had our people come en masse, we would have been an obstruction. Nonsense! You're always welcome, all of you. This is your city as much as anyone's. I'm glad to see you hale and whole, Elita. Though I know little of the particulars, I can only imagine your latest adventure has been both long and colourful. Beginning with near shipwreck. If you remember, yet here we stand celebrating the ascension of your claimant. When my journey began, I thought only of preserving the peace that my father worked so hard to create. But the feet of Pots, the feet of proof,
and the feat of ice showed me that peace is not simply the absence of war. Being able to live together in safety and happiness, that was what my father envisioned for this nation. That is the Tulioli I want for you all. So I promise you this, as Dawn's servant I will do everything I can to bring that same happiness to the bandits in Kozumuka and the Yokoi of the Shiragur Satan. I won't forsake them.
As I was moved by your father's influence, so too may the Shikawur come to accept your peace. Their beliefs have stood a millennium, veteran not easily shifted, neither are they immutable.
Heh. Well, I can be pretty determined. They'll come around eventually, mark my words. I can vouch for the efficacy of such determination. Thanks to the Moblin's hospitality, I've been able to rediscover the joy of my craft, and honour my father's legacy. Now that good living is secure, the village overflows with feel smiles. Such cooperation between help hands and potsworns is the very spirit of a healthy pot pact. A partnership like yours is bound to be fruitful. I look forward to seeing the fantastic pieces you produce. There are some other people I'd like to see, so we should take our leave. Let's try and find Hunmuruk.
Zebra Rax. I believe I saw him on the sands below.
The Gleam Sands. Thank you. Enjoy your time in the city, and remember, this will always be your home too. Come and visit us in Earthshire. Rakarok and I shall be glad to welcome you.
Rakarok is excited to see how the new Dawn servants will help Tulioli. The city will be one big happy pot. I must pay my respects to Gula Jaja, though he will doubtless insist upon a pact. Before the ceremony, we perused the Tulioli saga on Mara's measure. I am proud to see Yokoi glyphic transitions so prominently displayed in the city.
Let's make for the Gleam Sands. Hunmuruk should be there. I need to go there anyway for the other person. You have business with me, Outlander? Bol Ogo sent you, eh? More meat for the marks? So, you look to have a little more about you than most. Well, if you're dead set on devoting yourself to the Dawn Hunt, I should let you know a little bit more about it. Where to begin? You might say at the beginning, but it's hard to pin in exactly when that was. Even before Koana brought the system of marks and bills over from Eorzea, our people were hunters. Not just for food, but for safety, hunting down those ill-made monstrosities, whose very existence was inimical to our own. It was for that very purpose that the Vipers came to be. The finest hunters in Tural banded together to hone their skills and their blades, and devoted their lives to stalking and slaying the fiends. At first, we were no more than a fellowship of like-minded folk who'd take it upon themselves to deal with any danger they caught wind of. It was only after Gulal Jadja united Tural under the Dawn Servant's crown that our role as protectors of the realm was made official. Commissions started pouring in from Irseni to Yaktai, but we didn't have the numbers to answer them all. That's when Koana proposed we bring in the system he'd seen in the Eorzea, calling on adventurers and mercenaries to handle the threats that we couldn't. If there's a point to this little history lesson, it's this. Many folk join the hunt seeking adventure or glory or fortune, but from the very beginning, whenever it was, it's been about one thing and one thing only, protecting those who can't protect themselves. Don't forget that. And one more request that I make of every Viper to train under me. Don't get yourself killed. We hunt to save lives, not throw them away for no good reason. I reckon that's enough moralizing from me for one day. It's about time I headed back to Yaktel. Come and drop by if you're ever in the area. What a wonderful variety of foods and flavors they have here. I must be sure to bring some home for the others. You must think my attendance incongruous to such an auspicious occasion. Yet as Osark of Mook, I have a duty to represent the goodwill of my people. Let's make for the Gleam Sands. Mook should be there. My, you honour us with your personal visit, Dawn Servant. Congratulations upon your ascension. No, none of that. My title may have changed, but I'm still just Wuklemat. More than just, I'd say. You've grown into a leader fit for this nation. Your father must be proud. I hope so, but big events like this make me wonder, you know, what my birth parents might say if they knew. I imagine they would say that fills their hearts with joy to see the strong, compassionate woman you have become. I owe you my thanks as well, for fulfilling your promise to me. I told Bakul Jaja to stay with us so we could congratulate you in person. But he marched off, muttering something about not being able to face you just yet. The boy needs a purpose beyond catering to the demands of others. He was always too obliging for his own good. I'm sure he'll find it in his own time, especially if he knows his family is here for him. That we are. By the by, have you seen Catamaran anywhere? Tankwa, that is. Catamaran, was it? A strong name, if a bit exotic. We called upon him before leaving Mamook, but he wasn't at home. I don't recall seeing him at the ceremony either. The first promise was notably absent as well, though I assumed he required time to salve his injured pride. Everyone thought he'd be the one to succeed Papa. My victory must have come as quite a shock to him. As for Tankwa, I'm sure he's around here somewhere, or ready to appear when we least expect him. We'd best be going, but relax, enjoy, and make yourselves at home, and come and visit us any time. Alright, I think I found everyone I could find. Let us return to the others in the winged walk. More than a few of my have expressed new interest in moving to Tuliolo. I will confirm with Dawn Servant Koana to ensure their transition is a smooth one. Wuklemat may have realized her goal, but I hope you will continue to be a friend to her. I've heard there's another shop that serves delicious tacos. I'd love to try them. Let's head back to the winged walk. Everyone's waiting. Back already, are you? Did Tayat Koat tell you everything you need to know? Good to hear. We don't hunt to kill, we hunt to live. Remember that and you'll be fine. Speaking of, I took the opportunity to update the ledger. You're approved to take on intermediate marks now. Good hunting and good luck. There are rumours that Gulal Jaja may go on pilgrimage now that he's no longer Dawn's servant, though I'm sure the transition process will keep him in the capital for some time yet. Gul Jaja stopped by to offer his thanks for our support. He also bade me extend his gratitude to you for assisting a concerned father. I'm not sure what he meant by it, but I assume you do. Oh, you're back. Ernvel was just regaling us with stories of Lamati from when they were little. What? The one about the taco? It was basically clean when I found it. Or no, the one about Papa's feathers. Look, I didn't know where else to wipe my nose, and I was too little to know better.
Keshkwa has grave tidings to share. I had a bad feeling when I woke up this morning, and sure enough, Iksok Jamin has struck again. Gullis and Innocent Stork are trying to narrow down where they'll appear next, based upon reports, but so far they've come up empty. I hear Goliath is over at Fallguard Float, talking to the witnesses. Let's go see what he's learned. Same with Innocent Stork's hunters. It's leaving the corpses where they lie, uneaten, all to make a point. This is my claim, and you live and die at my pleasure. Thank you for coming. I expect Keshkwa has shared some of the details, but it's even worse than we thought. Iksok Jamin grows increasingly bold with deadly consequences. For a blessing, the people remain calm, though we must act quickly to avoid widespread panic. The Adders have called upon anyone with information to share, and asked that they gather here. As we requested that any detail be reported, no matter how small, we find ourselves somewhat inundated. I'm certain, however, that among the accounts are clues vital to locating our quarry. We can help with that. All we gotta do is ask folks around here what they've seen, right? Ah yes, that would be the most helpful. Perhaps you could start near the Elita route, while Elita asks those over by the Bob and Cork. I'd recommend questioning the adventurers. With their curious nature and penchant for getting into trouble, they're more likely to have seen something of interest. I was passing through the North Shroud when I saw a frightful creature with immense red wings. It was a little too far away to see clearly, but it seemed to be battling a group of smaller beasts, which it promptly slaughtered before flying away. Even from a distance I could make out what it did to those smaller creatures. I'll never forget the way its claws ripped through them like a knife through butter. While passing through, I heard that some fiend was on the rampage over in the East Shroud. I didn't think much of it at first, but when I saw all the people coming from that direction, and the looks on their faces, I decided to stay put. Good thing I did too, or I might have died. I don't know exactly what happened in the East Shroud, but given the way the talkers were talking, it must have been horrific. I saw it, flying over the central shroud.
With each flap of its massive wings came a powerful wind, bearing the scent of blood, so noxious and suffocating, it was all I could do to not vomit where I stood. Those crimson wings, the stench of blood, it'll haunt me till the end of my days. Everyone's got a story to share, but nothing that seems to point where Ixoc Majin might strike next. You do any better? North, east and central south, huh? The folks I asked said it was in the south. I tell you, it must be trying to make the whole damn forest its territory. Hold on now, one of the guys I talked to was in the East Shroud. Your witness heard the beast was on the rampage, but mine said he never saw Ixoc Majin, even although they should have been there at the same time. That's worth looking into, don't you think? You might be onto something there. I'm not saying this is the answer, but you never know where a trail will take you till you follow it. We gotta go chat with that fella again. I'll take you to him. This is a gentleman who sauntered through the East Shroud and didn't see a thing, or so he says. As I said before, I was traversing the East Shroud on an errand when I heard what sounded like flapping of enormous wings. A moment later, I saw a wounded animal charging through the brush. It was then I recalled the rumours of a monstrosity in the roost, realised I was in danger and ran. So the critter was hurt, but still able to make an escape. But the only way it could have gotten away from Ixoc Majin is if the bastard chose to let it go. Meanwhile, our friend here was close enough to hear the wings flapping, yet lived to tell the tale. An adventurer travelling alone would have been easy pickings, so why did Ixoc Majin spare him? He did something that no other adventurer had done before. Besides running away from my life depended on it, I didn't do anything out of the ordinary. But then again, one thing does spring to mind. I carry a potpourri filled with Gurabanian wildgrass, Alamican custom, in case you're unaware. That's gotta be it! Goliath will want to hear about this. That was odd. I've never seen anyone get so excited by the mere mention of a potpourri, but it takes all sorts, I suppose. Maybe it doesn't like the smell. We can go over the final details later, but first I need Goliath to look into something for me. Could you wait here a moment? Keshko has asked me to verify a theory of his. I shan't be wrong. It's exactly as you surmised. Most of those who've seen Ixoc Majin and live to tell a tale are Alamigan adventurers. I knew it! It's got to be that fragrance. A lot of animals have a powerful sense of smell, and Ixoc Majin's no exception, which makes it much more sensitive to odors it doesn't care for. I reckon the beast can't stand the wild grass in those potpourris. It's a potent fragrance, a lot like another kind of grass we got back in Terral. Come to think of it, Ixok Majoon never went anywhere near that grass was growing. If one man's meat is another man's poison, perhaps the same can be said for aromas. Exactly, and now that we know what Ixok Majoon can't stomach, we can use this information to drive it where we want it. Then it would behoove me to share our discovery with the innocent stork. Given the information and contacts at her disposal, I dare say she'll help us find a way to utilize the fragrance to its maximum potential. I dare say you're right. In the meantime, we'll head over to Gurabanya and pick us some wild grass. Yes, by all means. We must do everything in our power to avert further tragedy. Many of the adventurers gathered here are so terrified of encountering Ixok Zaman that they're considering abandoning the profession entirely. Several are yet fledglings. If they had to contend with a foe far beyond their reckoning, they'd die before gaining enough experience to even be considered adventurers. The thought of their bright futures being snatched away like that is almost more than I can bear. This is the very reason I joined the Twin Adders, to prevent such senseless deaths. Therefore, I humbly request your cooperation in slaying the dread Ixok Zaman. No need. I had every intention of putting the bastard in the dirt. To the matter at hand then. A few moments ago, one of the adventurers mentioned that the wild grass we seek grows abundantly at Pike Falls. Once you've collected enough, let us rendezvous at Quarry Mill. I must warn you though, that Gurabanya is home to some particularly vicious wildlife. Be on your guard. I'll let the Eorzean Lions know you'll be harvesting some necessary supplies in the fringes, lest the sentries mistake you for bandits or worse. How could they mistake me for bandits? This brings back memories. One time I was picking herbs to make a paralyzed nation that works wonders on Tura Vidal. Only thing was, I forgot to wear gloves. and couldn't really feel my hands the next 3 days. That'll do it. As much as I love to stick around and study the wildlife, we better get back to Coronel. Now we just need a way to diffuse the extract. Upon being informed of your plan to entrap Ixoxriman, I came as quickly as I could. You've done well to gather so much wild grass. As promised, I called upon Innocent Stork to advise us on our next steps. I've placed an order with an alchemist acquaintance for custom-made diffuser pouches, which we may employ to spread the aroma over a wide area while prolonging its potency. We will issue these pouches to twin adder units tasked with driving the beast into an isolated location of our choosing. Away from civilians and an ideal spot for the final showdown. That's good thinking. Indeed, once the pouches have been produced, the beast is as good as ours. If I may, there is a further request I would make. Rather than slaying Ixoxriman outright, would you instead be able to capture it alive? The better to understand its behaviour. Such knowledge will prove invaluable should predators of a similar nature attack us, trouble us in future. That's a risk we can't afford to take, ma'am. Those hunters of yours tried baiting it with a carcass laced with sedatives, but Ixoxriman saw right through their plan. It's demonstrated a degree of cunning to rival any man's. Even if we did capture it, it's only a matter of time before it escapes and kills again. There's only one way you can deal with a monstrosity like that. You slay it first chance you get. No half measures, no hesitation. Then we are left with no other choice. Pray forgive me for making such an ill-considered suggestion. I shall abandon all thoughts of capturing the beast, and instead turn my attention to the procurement of the diffuser pouches. You will hear from me soon. She ought to know by now what we're up against. Why even ask? She's got her own angle. I ain't the type to guess at folks' motivations. Wish she'd do us all a favour and put her cards on the table. The rich and powerful are rarely so obliging. You got that right, but since all us salt of the earth are speaking our minds, there's a fear in you, but of what I can't tell. Go for your thoughts. Never know, I might be able to help. Well, after talking with those adventurers, I can't help but feel a little scared of Ixoxriman. That's all. Anyway, I should return to Gridania to make my report. I like how the rain and lightning just kicked in at this point. Folks always saying one thing but meaning another, just when I was starting to believe I'd gotten the hang of polite conversation. Ain't no forcing the issue, I know. If Goliath has something to say, he'll say it when he's good and ready. So now we gotta wait on those pouches. And who knows how long that'll be. I'll keep an eye on things here, so I recommend you get ready to face Ixoxriman. Level 88's the next one. Let's see. Is there a follow-up quest here? Yes, there is indeed a level 96 quest here. Ooh, look at that Medica 2. What's that? Medica 3. Oh, that looks so cool! So the regen effect's a bit stronger. Okay. Oh, nice. Loshkana nearby jumps for joy at the sight of you. Elita, am I glad to see you? I've just received word from Wiselam and Zerg. Our culprits have finally been spotted. It seems the thieves headed for Upper Lanoska. I have offered to make my way there as soon as I could, but Wiselam and Zerg said I should hang back for now. Once they've gathered enough information, they'll be heading back to Airport. Let's go see what news they have to share. No sign of Wiselam and Zerg yet. I don't mean to assume the worst, but I admit I'm a bit worried. I knew I should have insisted on going. I don't want them injured on my behalf. I say we head out and find them. Miss Loshkana, I'm terribly sorry for the delay. Wiselam, Zerg, thank goodness. How did you fare out there? You found Elret and Coco Noah, yes? Oh, we found them, alright. But it didn't take long for them to find us. We were set upon by Coco Noah's mammoths.
His mechanical menagerie greatly outnumbered us, and may very well have been our end. Death by mammoths isn't an ideal way to go, mind you, so retreat was our only option. Cowardly though it may sound, we needed to ensure we could keep you aware of the culprit's whereabouts. Before they spotted us, they were stuffing their little metal army into a skiff bound for Camp Bonslake, and mark my words, they're plotting something new. Of course, it's entirely possible they seek a quiet route through eastern Minosa, and wish to bypass Camp Bonslake instead, but a thorough search of camp would be wise. Alas, the enemy you face is far beyond our capabilities, so this is as far as Wisdom and I will be able to go. I'm sorry we couldn't provide more decisive information. Honestly, I should be the one apologizing. You've risked life and limb for me already. I never meant to push you past your limits. You needn't dwell on it. We're as eager to bring those criminals to justice as you. Indeed. We shall at least take pride in knowing we could point you in the right direction. But we should take our leave for now. Wisdom and I ran most of the way here, but I think I speak for us both when I say we could use a comfortable chair and a hearty meal. None can gainsay your strength, my friends, but I beg you not to underestimate that of our foe. Go well, and may your determination guide you to victory. Camp Bronzelake. The ferry skipper spoke of the place at first time here. We should hurry and seek passage before Ellet and Kokanoa elude us again. What a lovely camp. Now, if I were a half-crazed alchemist with the heartstring and a new scheme up my sleeve, where would I hide? Is it just me, or are the pigs flying ever? It hurts to laugh. Oh dear, that doesn't bode well. To the upper levels, Elita, quickly! Poisoning the springs. You truly are the lowest of the low. You flatter me. 'Twas just a little poison, really. As a treat. I'm afraid you couldn't contaminate the water here, but we're having oh so much fun with our shiny new hallucinatory toxin. Step away from the springs, Elita. Now. Protecting the healer, are we? How sickeningly sweet of you. But you ought to watch your step as well, my dear fairy apple, lest you yourself seeing stars or... Elleret, it's Artemis. Konogawa, you look absolutely hideous, or should I say adorable? Why, you're as bonny as a porcelain doll! The hells are you on about? Oh, very, very interesting. Yes, very interesting indeed. I believe I may have poisoned myself. Now there's a predicament. And guess what? Do you recall those antidotes I prepared at the base? Because I've forgotten to bring them. You are your own worst enemy, do you know that? I suggest we retreat before you decide to dive headfirst into the springs for fun. Unbound scum, you think we'll allow you to walk free after all the chaos you've caused? Well, yes actually. Have you seen Elleret? She's in no state to contend with you. And I've never been one for the rough and tumble. Of course, you're welcome to give chase, providing you have no qualms about leaving the poor souls to laugh themselves senseless. Retreat so we must. I would call today a rousing success. But worry you not, my dearest specials of bushy bodies. We've plenty more tricks in store for you, and the entire island. Phew. I don't sense any toxins in the water anymore, so the springs should be safe again. Will the toxins affect the local wildlife? Seeing as Elleret suffered from the taste of her medicine, I doubt she's mastered much of the heartstring's power. As such, any poison she produces from it would be relatively weak. Most of her handiwork has already evaporated with the steam. One might compare it to the way those unbound smoke bombs dissipate. And thank goodness they do. In more capable hands, however, the heartstring's poison remains active unless dispelled with a suna or another form of antidote. The same permanence applies to its cleansing abilities for our food. Now there's much on my mind, but I think we've bigger problems to address first. Let's make our rounds of the camp, then talk about our next steps. I'm going to have a look around the springs to ensure the toxins are gone for good. Could I ask you to treat any victims you come across? Everything hurts. Someone please end this nightmare. Much appreciated, madam. I wasn't anywhere near the water when it was poisoned, but the toxic steam must have drifted this way. When I heard the rumblings about mysterious mammoths roaming the camp recently, I was more than a little apprehensive, but I never expected those mammoths' masters to do something so cruel. Your efforts at helping us put this turmoil behind us, and for that you have my thanks, but I simply I can't simply let you administer this aid alone. I should tend to the remaining victims as well. Please, please make it stop. I can't breathe. The hallucinatory toxin is causing this bather fits of unending laughter. Dispel his ailment with Lucina. Oh, thank the gods. I wasn't expecting to nearly laugh myself to death at a place meant for healing. But at least I can breathe easy again. I hear you're chasing the ones who did this. You're either very brave or very reckless, but I'm inclined to assume the former. Anyway, all that laughing has exhausted me, so I may as well take a break from my soak. Thank you again for your kindness. May the Navigator keep you. What comical costumes you all wear! What humorous dances you dance! It's so too much to bear. My costumed compatriots, they're gone. Farewell, my visions. May you revel on my memory. They say laughter is the best medicine. Though I feel far worse than before. Many thanks for putting an end to it. I think I've earned myself another soak and an extra flagon of mulled wine. Pleasant travels to you, healer. How goes the healing, Elita? Wonderful. I'm glad the Suna proved effective. For my part, I've given the springs a thorough look. The toxins have dissipated completely, so the bathers should be safe from here on out. As for Eleret and Kokonowa's antics, I've had a moment to reflect on everything. Now our work is done, do you have a moment to chat? I'm well versed in the numbing and blinding potions we use on our hunts at home, but something kept troubling me about Eleret's toxin. I've never seen anything like it. I had no idea it even existed among the Scorpion's gifts. Eleret may be inexperienced, but the fact she's learned to inflict hallucinations is cause for concern. Still, we should try to look on the bright side. She's yet to discover the heartstring's cleansing properties. Judging by the way she couldn't cure her own ailments, knowing her as we do, I reckon she only has toxic trickery on her mind. Kokonawa, however, handled himself surprisingly well, despite his exposure. Do you recall the man in Limbs of the Minsa who ate the poisoned apple? He claimed that Kokonawa took a bite, yet never suffered its ill effects. He must have some matter of immunity, but how?
Traditional Dunesfolk families often drink poison teas to build up tolerance. How intriguing! So instead of using an heirloom like the heartstring, the Dunesfolk train their bodies to endure fatal toxins. I'd be interested to try that tea, as long as I had an antidote in hand. I didn't realize Konakawa might have had that sort of upbringing, but it would certainly explain why Elevet's tricks don't seem to affect him. Few in my village would ever think to consume potentially lethal food or drink without drawing on the heartstring's power, yet the Dunesfolk do it gladly. The more I consider our differing approaches to poison, the more fascinating it becomes. But I have a feeling the bathers don't want to overhear talk of poisons after what they've been through. Why don't we continue our discussion in Limsa Laminsa? Phew, I know I've been anxious to ascertain our thieves' whereabouts, but things escalated far quicker than I thought. Your presence throughout the whole ordeal was a welcome one, Elita. What was not so welcome was Elevet's parting words. Whatever she has planned for the whole island, it can't possibly be good. Her acts of mischief had only grown worse since arriving on the city. We must take the heartstring back before she causes any lasting harm. Of course, it was Weislam and Zerig's efforts that led us to Alaret, so I'll have to thank them when I get the chance. In the meantime, I'll do what I can to track down our unruly thieves and report to you as soon as I'm able. $98's the next one, and we get some juice. Back to plot. Let's get going. You took part in the rite of succession, did you not? We have heard much of your endeavours. If you have business in Volkshunza, please go right ahead. Did I talk to people here? Gulal Jah has stopped by to offer his thanks for support. Also bade extend his gratitude to you for a concerning father. I'm not sure what he meant by it, but I assume you do. Oh, when you're back, Erenvel was just regaling us tales of Lamity from when... Ah, yes, I did talk to you before. Let's head back to the Winged Walk. Everyone's waiting. Welcome back. I hope you didn't rush on our account.
Seen everyone you wanted to see?
I have. Sorry for keeping you all. Now, there's just one last matter. What Kona spoke to you about. I'm sure he made it abundantly clear, but I'm completely serious. I want you to stay in Tulihiola with me. I'm not forcing you, of course, but should you wish it, you'll always have a place here. Ah, that's right. This is for you. A permit granting passage to Shaktural, which, as I recall, you've yet to see. An adventurer like you could hardly resist, no?
You're trying to sweeten the deal, aren't you?
I can't believe our journey is over already. You accepted me as a comrade and stood with me to the end. You have my eternal gratitude. Thank you. Well, I had better get going. I need to start learning all my official Dawn servant duties. I'll be sure to share what my old man says about the Golden City too, once he tells me. Till then, feel free to pass the time as you like.
For now, I will remain in Tural. There's someone I'd like to see before returning to Sharlayan.
What about the rest of you?
Alize and I also intend to remain a while longer. As educational as this experience has been thus far, we feel there are even more lessons to be had for Garlemald. By hearing about the peace your father facilitated, and then seeing you reforge relations with Mamuk, we were reminded of a profound truth. That is, acceptance begins with understanding.
And, like you demonstrated throughout the rite, there are unexpected yet effective ways for two sides to understand each other. The question is how to encourage it, and by seeing more of this nation born of unity, we hope to find some hints.
Personally, I can hardly wait to learn more about the City of Gold. So, if I may, I'd like to stay in Tulihiola as well.
By all means. Your rooms are at your disposal for as long as you need them.
And what of you? Thinking of touring Shaktural, perhaps?
That's the plan.
Of course. You're hardly the type to leave half a continent unexplored.
Then perhaps we could travel together? The person I intend to meet is my mentor, so I'll be visiting my hometown in Shaktural. If you have no particular destination in mind, I'd be happy to guide you en route.
I'd appreciate that.
Then it's farewell for now. Take care, all of you.
When you're ready, come and meet me at the Shaktural Skygate.
We're friends to the end, you hear me? Friends to the end!
My apologies, miss, but passes here as privileges without express permission. I have my little card, though. Past these gates and over the bridge lies Shaktural. You have your permit, yes? Packed and ready? No last-minute stops to make before we leave? Forgive me. I'm afraid travelling with our new stone servant may have scarred me for life. Meanwhile, in the depths of Sky Deep Senate... This is the gate to the Golden City. Two decades ago, your father bade me transcribe a letter to a scholar across the salt, petitioning the study of the gate. What he discovered was something the Dawn Servant feared enough to seal away forever. Or so we thought, until the right's objective became the City of Gold. But to think that Tankra would be entrusted with its safekeeping. Had I known that doddering old fool carried a set of keystones, we might have spared ourselves those tiresome feats. Great power sleeps here, and with it you shall obtain your birthright. So you say, yet the new Dawn Servant succeeded where I could not. Taking their throne will be no easy task. The resilient son underestimates his own potential. There's no need for worry. I have liberated the key from the Dawn Servant's vault. You alone have the means to unlock the gate. You will gain all you were denied, the right, your father's shade. These bitter memories shall soon be forgotten. Seize your future, Promise. Open the gate and become the ruler you were destined to be. It's working! Is some there can hear me? At last. Who's there? Show yourself. If only I could. Alas, this gate will not open for me. Only the key in your possession can connect us. Then you are the guardian of the city's great power. I do not claim this power is great, but the knowledge I possess is enough to realize any desire to remake worlds. Is that so? Fascinating. Name your price then, for my desire is the world itself. Yes, yes, the resilient sun rises. Together we shall create a nation worthy of our rule. Promise, why? The useless tool is cast aside. Deliver me a new world, one that bends to my will. As you wish, but in exchange. Invite Triumphant. Arendelle is ready to set off. Ready to get underway? Then present your travel pass to that guard, and let us be off. You won't have to wait long to enjoy sightseeing. The bridge is in its own right.
Go on, show your travel pass to the guard. This gate is barred to all save those with express permission from one of the Dawn Serpents. Signed by Val Luke Lamat herself. My apologies, miss. If you would wait here just a moment.
Shall we then? On the far side of that great bridge unfolded the wilds of Shaloni, where the sun guides in the Shitona town. A harsh guide, to be sure, with its blazing rays scorching the land and hardening its inhabitants. But sweeping change had come to the arid expanse when, beneath its red crust, vast deposits of ceruleum were discovered. Embracing this opportunity, Vau Kona supporters hurtle on, driven by dreams of a future illuminated by blue flame. It is here that our journey continues, our path taking us along winding roads of steel. Each length of track a declaration of hope and ambition. My home, Yasolani, lies past Shaloni. It will be a long journey, but the railroad should make it easier. As for the way to the train station, let's ride these fellows, shall we?
Oh, what do we have here? We get a whole lot of people travelling through here on their way to and from the city. Never a dull moment for me or the Ronique. Short on Ronique? Afraid so. If one will suffice, I have a creature ready and waiting. But if you need two, then you'll have to wait. The Ronique have been acting strangely of late. More easily spooked and otherwise disagreeable, picking out a few fit for rent-ins, proving bothersome work.
They're usually so docile, and the ones I saw earlier don't appear to be unhealthy either. But much has changed since I was here. Not the best start to our journey. Still, the train station isn't far, seeing as we aren't in a hurry. Let's go on foot. About that, sir, as well travelled as you look, it's not only the Ronic that have been giving us trouble, other wildlife have shown signs of aggression too. A merchant should be returning soon with one of our beasts. Stick around till they do, and I'll see you both on Ronic for a safer trip. Your offer is most appreciated, but I don't think my friend here is particularly concerned about the wildlife. But the Ronic, Erenvel, the Ronic! If this is your first time in Shaloni, I can understand your enthusiasm. It'd be a shame not to ride one at least once while you're here. A fair point. If we're to give you the authentic Shaloni experience, I suppose it's worth the wait. Right, change of plans. There's a small town nearby. We can pass the time there while we're waiting. Take it you're heading to Whistleweed then. I'll have a man bring the Ronic over there. Just mind yourself around the drunkards and troublemakers, eh? Last time I was here, it was a little more than a camp with a shop or three.
Well, well. It's become a proper town.
Now hold on a minute.
Some sort of trouble.
I'm talking to you, you old bastard!
Give me strength. For the last time, the investigation is closed. There's no refuting the evidence.
I don't give a shit about your evidence, you lying scum. You release my friends, or I'll make you wish you had.
Let me remind you who the scum is here. Your friends, who had the temerity to point their firearms at me, the Deputy Chief of the Dust Watch. And after taking them into custody, what should we discover but incontrovertible proof that they had committed larceny? They will not be released until they've paid for their crimes.
I'd heard the peacekeeping force had been formed to deal with growing lawlessness. Seems the situation is bad indeed.
Still can't get up a fuss, eh? Sounds like poor Zekua needs his bottle.
Sure he wouldn't prefer his mama's teat? Treat me like a child, will you? My friends haven't done anything wrong, damn it! They've been framed!
Oh, stubborn little runt. Listen here, Zekua. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you'd best comport yourself like one. That means respecting the rule of law. Order may be precarious here in Shaloni, but it can be had if each man does the right thing. And for those that don't, well, they have to answer to the Dust Watch. Now run along, and think before you cast aspersions next time. Lest you hurt my feelings.
Fine! If that's how it's gonna be.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Is that?
There's a time to fight and a time to withdraw. For you, that's now.
What? Hey!
What are you doing, Zekua? You better not be stirring up trouble.
Wahute! You sack of Ronek shit! This ain't over! You hear me?
You want to tell me what that was about?
Nothing that need concern you, sir. Zekua is simply struggling to come to terms with the low character of his friends. But for good measure, I'll have the men keep an eye on him.
Yes, you do that.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go make my rounds.
I wasn't expecting to see your faces among the crowd. Talk is rife there's a new Dawn servant. Take it you found it then. The Golden City.
Aye, the contest is over. And as I needed to return home to Yasulani, I offered to show our friends some of Shak Tural. What brings you north?
Nothing in particular. Just seeing what there is to see.
Going wherever the wind blows, eh?
Gulul Jaja compensated me rather generously for our duel. I'll be able to enjoy a comfortable life on the road for the foreseeable future. But for now, I shall be moving on. Oh, by the way, I recommend you try the Sabatender. They may not look it. They're surprisingly delicious.
But we don't serve Sabatender here.
No sooner do we set out than we run into excitement. At least no one was hurt. Dustwatch has their work cut out for them. For as long as I can remember, all disputes, big or small, were settled by dueling. The peoples of Shaloni rarely saw eye to eye, and for better or for worse, it was the simplest way to settle differences. Since most people would sooner not risk their lives, though it encouraged parties to pursue peaceful resolutions in a roundabout fashion. The Dustwatch was likely established by supporters of Kona, preferring peace be enforced through the formal rule of law. A reasonable stance, all things considered. If things ever got out of hand, the Landsguard would be forced to step in. What freedom they would be lost under Zoraljar's authority. All of which is to say that, unless a lengthy stay in a jailhouse appeals to you, be mindful how you handle your arms in town. Ernville would not dither about for long. I should like to think the stableman has arrived with Veronique by now. I'll go ahead on check. If you still want to have a look around and be my guest, come and find us when you've had your fill. If you're looking for information in Dawnmarks, look elsewhere. Your death would forever weigh on my conscience. We might try selling bangles for the Potsworn. I should think they'd sell a fair price. You ever see someone with rhythm like that? If you're a favourite dancer, I suggest you stop by the dance hall often. We've so many coming and going, I can scarcely keep track of who's performing next. The next show is about to start. Now that I think on it, this is the first time I've travelled with only a single companion. It makes for fewer complications. The friend, I take it? Sorry to have kept you both waiting. Unruly wildlife's not the only source of recent distress, I'm afraid, also being a rise in robberies targeting merchants. As a result, we've got a lengthy list of folks wanting to use our Ronique. which is why I have to ask that you stop at Shishawanji Springs. That's fine, of course, but why haven't the Dust Watch dealt with this banditry? Kamaka and his fellows are doing what they can, but they reckon the bandits are operating as a gang. Rounding them up's all easier said than done. If you have anything of value, you'll want to take care. Thank you for the warning. We'll be sure to stay vigilant. Right then, if you're ready to set off, I'll see you on your way. This is your first time riding, yes? Even so, I can't imagine it would be difficult for you. Ready? Then settle up. Your friend seems to know the way, so I won't bother giving you directions. This is your first time, so take it slow. Take care not to let it toss you. I continue to be struck by how much Shaloni has changed. That town we just visited wasn't even here several years ago. With few reliable opportunities to replenish water supplies, travellers turn to no pretenders. Not just the water in their stems mind, the fruits are also said to be nutritious and delicious. See that hole there? Some might hope to find water there, but it's brimming with ceruleum. The eruption of flames from within make for a spectacle, inspiring cautionary tales for people who's wandered too close. The whale key, meanwhile, showed great reverence to ceruleum and its blue flames. But that is a discussion for another time. We're here. A good thing for the Vonik. No sooner did we dismount than the next passengers are already on their way. They really are short on Vonik. Now then. This is Shizunzawari Springs, perhaps the busiest town here in Shaloni. People travel here from all over, hoping to find their fortune. The change come to Hisawati was surprising enough, but this is no less impressive. They've achieved a great deal in the 3 years I've been away. The station is on the eastern side of town, but there should be time before the next train departs. If you don't mind, I'd like to pay a visit to an old friend of my mentor. Ayati is her name, and she learned that I passed through without saying a word. She'd never let me hear the end of it. She set out from our village some 10 years ago, hoping to earn coin as she travelled about Tural, but I can assume she came here seeking greater opportunities. In any case, let us see if we can find her. Her blue hair should make her easy to spot. There's no shortage of work here, but sadly there's not much else to do. If you're looking for a good time, best to make for Hutsahawi. Yes, I'm Ayati, and who might you be?
She is my friend.
Could it be? Goodness, it is!
Erenville, yes.
A man grown. You were such a darling little thing as a child.
You know, it's only been 3 years since we last spoke.
Really? Only 3? I suppose it all starts to get a bit hazy after a while, living as long as we do.
Well, this is Ayati. She's known my mentor since they were children.
Nice to meet you. Hey. Never thought I'd see the day when you travel with company. You really have grown, Eleni Sheepa. Is that what they call you here?
Alright. I was born Eleni Sheepa. I adopted a new name when I became a gleaner, one that adheres to Eastern Viera conventions, so as to avoid drawing attention. Given that this is a homecoming, it was only a matter of time before you found out. Nevertheless, I would appreciate it if you would continue using my chosen name.
A homecoming? You know, I've been thinking of paying the old stamping grounds a visit myself. It would be good to see, Kakli again. She's the finest archer I know, Ellen Sheepa's mother and mentor. Every time I dropped by, she treated us to a veritable feast prepared with fresh game she hunted herself.
You're impressive with the bow too, Ayati, even among Shedtota.
Oh, I couldn't compare to Kalkia, but her skill at arms pales in comparison to her knowledge of nature. That's what earned her a place among Google Jazz traveling companions, after all. She was always the inquisitive sort, but her journey across Tural lit a fire in her. Even after Ellen Sheepa was born, she often left him in my care so that she could embark on another expedition in search of the unknown. Oh, how you would cry and beg her to take you along. It must have been hard on you.
Ayati, please.
What? We're all friends here, aren't we? No matter how many times he asked, the answer was always the same. You can come when you prove you're a true explorer.
Thus did she task me with finding the Golden City. Despite my best efforts, all paths led nowhere. I assumed it was but a dreamer's fancy, a ploy to goad me into experiencing the wider world. But it was real, and we found it.
You found it?
As part of the rite of succession, I assumed everyone had heard.
That's amazing! Oh, she'll be thrilled!
And eager to bombard me with questions, no doubt. Well, we should be on our way.
Thank you so much for stopping by. Give my best to Kalkia. Help! I need help! What's that about?
We'll investigate. Please wait here.
No doubt these are the infamous local bandits. Please, you have to help! I've been robbed! It's Namikia, Uklamat's nursemaid. Erenville! Elita! Come any closer and we slit her throat from ear to ear. If you so much as nick her skin, you won't live to regret it. Oh yeah? Hold on, did he say this is Wuklamut's nursemaid? Maybe this ain't such a good idea. Take the goods to the boss. We'll deal with this. Please, you have to get it back. I'm going after Namika. This lot I leave to you. Great, now I've got 2 people to rescue. Cocky bastard. I'll hang him by the ears and feed the old woman to the dogs. We can deal with them later. First we need to put this one in the dirt. You don't know who you're dealing with. Oh, we're dead if the boss finds out. Damn it all, she didn't know when to quit. Was that it? You guys are barely stepping stones. Just to the south. Shallow-me. And I probably can't reach that one time. So I will leave that alone. No need to worry, she's fine. Thank you. I don't know what I would have done without you. The bandit managed to get away, but I have an idea of where they're headed. You said he stole something from you. A bracelet. It was a parting gift from Buklamat. I see. Close as you two were, I can only imagine how much it meant to you. But what brings you all this way? With the right of accession ended, Buklamat crowned the next Dawn servant. She is ready to stand on her own. I told her as much, and of my plans to return home to Yasuni. She gave me the bracelet that I might always remember our time together. It filled me with such joy. I wanted everyone to know, everyone to see this wonderful gift given to me by the vow of resolve. And now it's gone. I would have let them take every coin to my name if only they had left me the bracelet. I would ask what you intend to do, but I know that, Luke. We're getting that bracelet back. Please, you mustn't put yourself in harm's way for my sake. No, it's more that they've put themselves in harm's way. I can assure you, no harm will come to us. Elita will make certain of that. I understand your methods can be brutal, but it'd be wise to show some restraint, lest you find yourself on the wrong side of the law. Perhaps I should come as well, to make sure all proceeds as it should. I don't know what to say. I can see why Rugel and Matt put so much faith in you both. Before anything else, let's see her back to Shisawari Springs. She'll be safer in town, and with Ayati there to keep an eye on her, we should have nothing to worry about. Thank you, both of you. I wonder if I can make it in time. Yeah, I'm not going to make it to that one in time. I can just make it to this one. you think this is the end? To death, let's go. Tell the truth, I miss life back in the loomed White House. Still, earning good money in the civilian business, maybe even enough to support my pa in his retirement. Not easy to accept my charity from me, though. The worst thing about moving those barrels over there is the ceruleum leaks through the cracks. It's dirty business in every sense of the word. Things are quiet now, but should there be trouble, we should glad to have equipment in good condition. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for you to get involved in this. A number of Ayate's mining fellows are here as well. Namika's in good hands. Arenville told me what happened, and you needn't worry about Namika. If those bandits should find us, I'll kick up a fuss and see them driven off. That bracelet meant everything to her, and those bastards wouldn't care even if they knew. Makes me sick. But at least she's safe, and I know you'll set things right. If the Dustwatch can't be bothered to do their jobs, they can piss off. Arenville's composed demeanour belies his eagerness to help Namika. Alright, let's go and recover that bracelet. While I have nothing but contempt for these bandits, as this involves a gift from Wuklamat, we must be mindful how our actions reflect upon her. I doubt Namika would find joy in the return of said gift if lives were taken in the process. If it comes to violence, I ask that you stop short of killing them. The rest we can leave to the Dustwatch. Well now, that makes me think you're strong. Really strong. Are you? I may have saved a star on one occasion. You saved the star? That's a bold claim to make, but if true, that certainly speaks your strength. If your curiosity has been sated, then please indulge mine. Is there anything you can tell us about these bandits? Let's see. Well, of late there's been talk about some unsavory types coming and going from Tonatiwa to the southwest. Is that the old mining town that was abandoned? That's the one. Now that ceruleum extraction is big business, no one wants to waste their time picking at dried up veins there. Sounds like a perfect lair for bandits, not to mention that the one with the bracelet fled in that direction. So you'll be investigating the place? I can let the Dustwatch know if you like. No, not yet. It'd be best if we went alone. There's something that I'd like to ascertain, if you've no objections. Right then, let's be off. You find those bandits and you beat them bloody, you hear? If you sense trouble, promise me you'll put yourself first. trouble. I am the trouble. Don't you love the smell of sideburns in the morning? I do, especially when those sideburns are of the summer variety. I'm here to collect the fairest of hairs from the rarest of hairs, and would appreciate any help you have to offer. Excellent. Of course I won't ask how you come by the sideburns. Find them on the ground, snatch them from the air, strip them from the scalps of those fluffy furballs themselves. It's all the same to me. Having luck. Seems the bandits have claimed this place for themselves. They made no attempt to conceal their presence. How can the Dust Watch not have noticed by now? A question for another time. First we must find the bracelet. We don't see the bandit who had it. Perhaps they're in one of the buildings. Ramshackle as they are, it should prove a simple thing to eavesdrop on anyone inside. If you would go and have a look about, I'll keep watch for trouble. The bandits will not notice you here. You can safely eavesdrop on any inside. As you lean in to listen, you begin to pick out the voices in the muffled chatter. Don't know where we'd be without him. Probably shoveling sand, praying we'd stack it rich. Ain't that the truth? Only an idiot would work the mines with easy money to be had. Not when we got a boss who can keep the Dustwatch off our backs, ha! Hey, watch what you say, the wind's got a way of carrying secrets to the wrong ears. Maybe so, but who'd ever be one of them sainted souls was running our crew? That drunk who brought your story about the gold shit in Alpaca, am I right? Ha 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 ha! The bandits will not notice you here. You can safely eavesdrop on any inside. As you lean to listen, a familiar voice rings through the wall. Let me out of here, you bastard! Shut your mouth, you snivelling little brat. Make me. I'll get you all back for framing my friends. The vulture, most of all, you can tell him you can eat shit. Heh. How about we give you the chance to tell him yourself? We'll see how tough you are then. The bandits who took the bracelet may be in this building. Have a listen and see what you can find out. As you lean in to listen, you hear someone entering the room on the other side. I brought back a prize you're going to love, boss. Have a look at this bracelet. Beautiful, ain't it? Bet it was made by a famous artisan. You idiot. How are we supposed to move something like this without attracting attention? Boss, please, I'm sorry. Reckon we can find a sailor who won't ask questions. Sell it for a song. Here your reward, and don't bring me this kind of grief again. I won't, boss. Thank you. Finished, are you? Let's retreat for now. So, were you able to learn anything? Their leader is a man of the Dustwatch? That would explain why these bandits have been able to do as they please. And you say they gave the bracelet to him. It seems we have our work cut out for us. Did you hear anything else out of note? Zakova? That's the boy who confronted one of the officers in town, isn't it? And you say they threatened to take him to speak with the Vulture, their leader's alias, no doubt. Fitting for a man who preys on the helpless. Well then, not only do we have a better idea who's behind the recent rash of robberies in Whistlewurry, but we also know who he has the bracelet. Retrieving it without bloodshed will prove difficult though, if he's that quick to point a gun at his own underlings. I'll storm their hideout, I can take them. The direct approach may have served you well in the past, but it won't suffice here. White is the deputy chief of the Dustwatch. He could claim we're the criminals in all this, and no few people would believe him. I might have a plan. There's a small settlement to the southeast of here. Luli Draconia. Meet me there and I'll explain everything. Yeah, I can't actually go inside the buildings. That's how they stop me from being reckless. bug inside, thank goodness. If we're to retrieve the beliefs without conflict, it won't be done barging in through the front door. We'll have to lure him out. To do that, we'll avail ourselves of Yehikahi, dragon-like creatures that live to the south of here. It's their breeding season, you see, and the males will flock to the scent of a female in heat. With a few ingredients and a sample of her feces, I can create an attractant that resembles the scent when burned. We can then lure the Yahia to the bandit's hideout, flushing out the vulture and his gang. Then, while they contend with our flying friends, we can sneak past and search for the bracelet. I'm afraid I must ask that you collect the excrement. While you see to that, I will go and procure the remaining ingredients. And before you say anything, I do not ask this because any aversion to feces. It would simply be easier for me to find the specific species of wild plant you require. Here, take these 3 pouches, see them filled, and I will handle the rest. Gotta go find some dragon too. Those are more like pterodactyls. Some of the area, but there's even a sign of Yahia droppings. You find a pile of your hair droppers and gingerly scoop them into your pouch. Fate nearby there. This will get me the last one on for this region. Ah, we're cooking. Finished already, are we? Small ham sack, close to bursting with leavings. So you pray to the 12, it doesn't actually burst. Excellent, this will do nicely. All that's left is to mix the feces with the tumblecloth fibres, dried noble tender root, and a generous helping of animal fat. Come, let's get back to Tontiwadi. Everything is ready. Time to set our plan into motion. Renzel's gaze is fixed upon the bandits' hideout. A fair number appear to be gathered inside. Now's our chance. I will keep watch from here. The attractant I leave to you. Toss it into the bonfire near the middle of town. The yeah will come soon after. Sack of ingredients that when burnt is guaranteed to attract yeah and leave near everything else fit to retch. Oh, there we go. Ugh, what's that smell? Ugh, that reeks. What did you put in the fire? Wasn't me, I swear. Die?
someone want to explain what that ungodly stench to me? What's over there? Huh? What in the world? Run for your lives! So the smoke's what drew them here. I swear, when I find out who did this... I'd say our friends have stirred up enough trouble. Time to retrieve this bracelet. Hey, what's going on out there? I'm still in here in case you've forgotten. Sit tight, we'll be right back for you. What? You gotta get me out of here now, they're gonna kill me. I'm begging you, please. Shh, they'll hear you. Shit, who was that? Hey, are you gonna help me or what? The bracelet must wait. Let's break him out and withdraw for now. You can break him out and I'll give chase. Thanks, I owe you one. For a moment there I thought you might actually leave me behind. All that effort and not to show for it. Sorry about that, but damn, I didn't think anyone would have the balls to take on the vulture. No need to apologise. We were planning to save you eventually. Really? And I don't even know who you are. You secret admirers of mine or something? I'm just having fun with you, but I do appreciate the help. This man they call the Vulture. I've seen his face before. Was he not the officer you confronted in town? The one and the same. When he's not masquerading as a gang leader, he serves as deputy chief for the Dustwatch. That would explain why the bandits are so confident they can avoid capture. You're trying to get back something the Vulture stole, right? Let me help. It's the least I could do after you bailed me out back there. I have an idea where he's hid his cash. Reckon he's headed there now, too. We can go together. I've got a score to settle with myself. I don't doubt that you do, but we need to know what it is first. Will you tell us?
Right, so those bandits at Tondiwaye, they're called the Daybreakers, and it was me and my friends that founded the group. But it wasn't a gang of cutthroats, not back then. We just wanted to protect people who couldn't protect themselves. Kids being harassed by bullies, workers being exploited by the mining concerns, folks who need help to even odds. That was 3 years ago, and whenever we found someone scheming in the shadows, we settled matters the best way we knew how. With a duel. I see. By the old laws, anyone who loses in a duel must be held to account for their crimes, even those in positions of authority. And we made damn sure they did, every time. Before we knew it, our small band of friends commanded a force to be reckoned with. Then, about a year ago, the Vulture's thugs showed up. They got the better of us and took over the Daybreakers. Everyone was afraid of him, so he did his bidding without question. But when he showed them how they could make a fortune easily, that was when he really won them over. Now the Daybreakers are nothing but a bunch of bandits and cutthroats who prey on the people it was created to protect. I talked it over with my friends, Kwikana and Lewuni, and we all agreed the only way to stop him was to challenge him to a duel. And he accepted. I still remember how he gloated that he'd win. But when the day came, he showed up with a dust watch and had my friends arrested and charged of robbery. As if that wasn't enough, he set their bail at a price no one could ever hope to pay. With them locked away, there was no one left to help me, none of my old friends from the Daybreakers, certainly not the Dust Watch. And that's why you were ready to challenge him in the middle of town. I was, until the guy with a spear stopped me. No sooner had I stepped out of town than the Vulture's minions caught me, by surprise. They took me prisoner, then, well, you know the rest. You said the Dust Watch would be of no help. Are they all working for the Vulture then? No, not all of them. The Sheriff Kameka, he's as honest as they come, a staunch keeper of the peace. Problem is, he's a little too trusting and doesn't suspect a thing. If it were my word against the Deputy Chief's, who do you think he'd believe? Well, if he knows where his Vulture keeps his spoils, perhaps he can help us recover Namika's bracelet. What do you think? For what it's worth, I have a plan, but I can't do it alone. A plan? All I ask is you hear me out, but not here. I'll be waiting for you at Schwinzese Springs. I guess we can decide what to do after he gives us the pitch. I'm grateful he could take us to the Deputy Chief, but it'll all be for naught if we're seen. Good, you're here. This is where he hides his loot. I expect he'll show up soon. Shouldn't be long now before Willett shows up. Grenville looks expectantly for Willett. Well, look who it is. Storing stolen goods here seems risky, but I suppose it's an option for someone with his authority. Yeah, he moves the spoils in cerulean barrels, where no one would think to look. They're mixed in with regular shipments to fuel to Tulioli, where they're sold off. You said he stole a bracelet of yours, right? If he knows you're on his tail, chances are he'll be eager to get what he can for it. But I doubt he'd trust a lackey with that business, given the provenance of the piece. No, I wager he's not letting that bracelet out of his sight till he's got coin in hand. I wasn't sure what to make of you after Hoofer's Roses, but I'm glad to see you're more than an impulsive child. Ah well, not my finest hour, I'll admit. But there's a lesson in that. The vulture's a slippery bastard. If we're going to catch him, we need to back him into a corner with hard evidence. That's my plan. First we need to lure him away from here, over to Hutahawi would be ideal. For that I need one of you to help me. This will buy time for others to search for barrels and any stolen goods. And using that we'll expose him as a criminal. There's no way to tell who is carrying the bracelet, but regardless there'll be time enough to find it once he is behind bars. But won't he simply feign ignorance? Oh, he'll try, and that's when I'll challenge him to a duel. A duel? That approach didn't work out so well for your friends, as I recall. True, but unlike before, I'll challenge him in front of the whole town. That way he won't be able to wriggle out of it like before. Every man, woman and child of the wilds understands the importance of duels and the old laws. The deputy chief would never disgrace himself by refusing. But wouldn't you be breaking the law by using a firearm in town? It's not as if we'd be using live rounds, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. What's important is that I get him to duel with as many witnesses as possible. When he loses, and he will lose, that'll be the end of the vulture. The plan is not without flaws, but what do you think? As long as we get the bracelet back. That bracelet's really important to you, huh? Don't worry, I'll see it till you get it back. If you're satisfied, then so am I. I knew I could count on you. I was seen in Toyowenti, so it's probably best I stay and search the barrels. Then you're with me. Tell the vulture I tried to rob you, but you managed to overpower me. Even if he suspects a trap, he won't be able to resist taking the bait. You want to buy your friend as much time as possible and make your way to Hishiwawa. Once you've got the vulture there, I'll take care of the rest. Alright then, let's get to it.
Yeah, we're likely that Shuntun is doing. What's his angle? And there's the brat. It's past time I dealt with him. Where's the Pokemon? What's this? Ah, an unfamiliar face in these parts. Have you needed a dustwatch, miss? What? Izukawa tried to rob you, but you apprehended him. I see. So desperate was he to see his friends free from prison. He turned to a life of crime. How awful. You have my sincerest thanks, miss. Might I trouble you to take me to him? Something the matter? If not, then please lead on. Not that this is an appropriate time to play tour guide, but if you insist, Shizwani Springs is a thriving civilian mines industry. The prospect of easy coins attracted some undesirables, though. Is this the place? I don't see him. Just a little further. I see. Ah, very well, lead on. There's gold in these fields, blue gold. Yeah, best beware of the beast in these parts. They may prefer to snack on cerulean, but for you I reckon they make an exception. Is this the place then? Sorry, I'm still learning my way around. It's some sort of joke. Of all that, let's keep moving. This better be the place. I left him tied up around a big rock.
Must have been a different rock. My patience is wearing awfully thin, miss. If he isn't at the next place we stop, I may be forced to do something you and I would both dearly regret. Unless you'd rather I feed you one raw, needles and all, cut the chit-chat. Alright, where is he? I don't see him anywhere. Where is the cow? Tell me where he is, or I'll bury you in the same grave. Confound it, he must have escaped. That's it. I've had it with these games, and I've had it with you. Hey, Wawiti, you looking for me? If you want to place me under arrest, you have to work a little harder. You'll be begging for a cell by the time I'm done with you.
Wahoote! Finally caught up to me, I see.
Well, well, if it isn't our young outlaw. You've taken up stealing, I'm told. Can't say I'm surprised about that, but I am surprised that you'd offer yourself up to be arrested.
Sorry to disappoint, but you're the one who's going to answer for their crimes today.
Hey, that's my jewelry!
And my bag! So you found the stolen goods. That's fine work.
This barrel was at Shisenuetsi Springs, mixed in with others bound for Tuliyola. The Landsguard would have presumed it part of the regular ceruleum shipments and waved it through. And once it reached its destination, it would have been retrieved, and its contents sold for coin.
The audacity. Do we know who's behind this?
As fortune would have it, I spied the leader of this operation being handed one of the stolen items. A bracelet, which Vau Wuklamat had intended for her nursemaid, Namika.
It was from the Vow of Resolve?
Oh, you've seen it then?
No, no, never. And if I knew who had it, I would have arrested the scoundrel.
Oh, come off it. I saw you with the bracelet.
What's the meaning of this, Wuhute?
It's a setup, sir. I have the bracelet, yes, but I only because I found it. I swear. They're the real criminals. They concocted this scheme to frame me, so they could get me out of the picture.
If you feel your honor's at stake, there's always the old-fashioned way. The law which folks have used to settle their differences for generations.
You don't mean...
Wuhute, I challenge you to a duel. The winner is right, the loser is wrong. Doesn't get simpler than that.
Yeah, have at it.
Let your pistols do the talking!
Please, do you honestly believe you can goad me into playing your game?
You refuse then? Huh. A baby alpaca's got more fight than you.
All right, boy. But remember, you asked for this.
Come on, Zakawa! Give him what for!
Shouldn't we stop him, Chief? Even if it's just rubber bullets, we're in the middle of town.
Be quiet. Just watch.
Oh, you little shit!
Looks like you've gotten slow in your old age, Vulture.
You and I are going to have a long talk.
I apologize for dueling in the middle of town. If you want to lock me up, then lock me up. But please, let my friends go. They've done nothing wrong.
You drew your gun within town limits. But Wuhute drew first. Far as I'm concerned, you acted in self-defense. You're free to go. as are your friends.
Ha! You're not such a bad guy after all!
Just a man of the wilds, like you. But to think that Wihute had taken control of the Daybreakers, it pains me that it happened right under my nose.
What are you gonna do about his crew? Some of them are still in Tonatenui.
Those who have broken the law will be taken into custody. But those who haven't will be given the chance to resume walking the straight and narrow. What about you, Zakua? What do you intend to do now?
Why, what I've always done. Protect the weak and help the helpless. The old-fashioned way.
Here, this was Vawuklamat's gift for someone, wasn't it?
Yes, a person very dear to her.
I suppose this is where we go our separate ways. My thanks again for your help apprehending the vulture.
Yay! Hahaha, that was a pretty nice shot, right? That ended up being rather more complicated than expected, but all's well that ends well. Phew, finally, it's over! I couldn't have brought him to justice without your help. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. That's a pretty nice shot, right? Erinville is relieved to see everything set to rights. Now that we have the bracelet, let us return to Shezaguru Springs. Will you be staying there long? I'd like to give you the proper thanks after I find my friends. We weren't planning on it, but there's no need to rush. We'll see you at the springs then. I'll catch up with you as soon as I take care of my friends. Welcome back. I'm glad to hear those bandits got what they deserved. They were understandably worried, but I've told them of what happened in Hisawa. Our minor adventure made quite for the tale. My bracelet! Thank you! Thank you so much. This is more than just a gift. It is a part of me I could never hope to replace. Truly, Wuklumat is blessed to have such devoted friends. Well, I wouldn't put it that way. I prefer to think of us as more long-standing acquaintances. Regardless of how you choose to describe it, there's no denying the depths of your bond. Though I'm sure you'll continue to do so. Can't say I'm surprised the Deputy Chief turned out to be one of the bandits' leader. I always knew something wasn't right about him. An easy claim to make with the gift of hindsight. There you are. The real Daybreakers have arrived. I'd like you to meet my two best friends, Quicana and Leone. If it wasn't for you believing in Zukawa and doing what you did, we'd still be locked up. You have no idea how satisfying it was to see that bastard Wiwuti put behind bars. We never gave up hope that Zukawa would find a way to get us out. He always was the best of the Daybreakers. Glad he was able to convince you to go along with his plan. Unfortunately, our group is smaller now and lacking in strength besides. Some outlaws might see us as an easy target. Even so, if anyone should give the Dustwatch a slip, the Daybreakers will be there. We'll train night and day so no one will get the better of us again. Isn't that right? Right. And you'll teach us how you draw your pistols so fast, won't you? Well, we won't need to duel if all goes as it should. But on the off chance it doesn't, we best make sure everyone can match or beat my speed. We owe you a great debt, and one of these days I'll be sure to repay it. On that you have my word. Until we meet again! If you'll excuse me, I shall find a quiet place to rest. As I'll be here a while yet, so do let me know if there's some way I can be of assistance. Were you planning to take the train home? Oh, train service has been suspended, didn't I tell you? You mentioned no such thing. Something about the tracks being damaged in the last quake. The tunnel was closed as well. An earthquake? It must have happened when we were still down south. There have been quite a few tremors of late, and a rather large one struck not long before you two arrived. I can only hope no one was hurt. At any rate, if you want to know when the service will resume, you could speak with the station master yourself. Let's do that. The station is just over there. I'd like to believe the train will be up and running again soon. I'm sorry, but there's nothing we can do with the tracks as they are. It seems people aren't too happy about the train delays.
I'm so sorry, but we're not sure when the train will be running again.
You've got to be joking. Of all the places to get stuck at on the way.
Please don't tell me you've come to complain too.
We heard that the earthquake had caused disruptions and wanted to ask when operations would resume. But I see that it will be a while yet.
I'm afraid so. Too few hands for too much work. It's time-consuming enough to inspect the tracks after every quake, but this last one we got after the succession ceremony was massive. Made a mess of a whole bunch of railroad ties.
The succession ceremony? we would have been in Tuliyollal at the time. If it was as violent as you say, we should have felt it as well.
I have to admit, it was a touch strange, having seen my fair share of tremors. If I had to describe it, it felt more like the rumbling from an explosion.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Seriously? You're offering to help?
What about you, my friend? If you'd rather strike out on your own, I understand.
Though, if you were willing to lend us a hand, too, we'd be truly tremendously grateful. Thank you! Thank you so much! I'm Shenza, by the way. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. If you would please step inside, I can introduce you to everyone.
Sorry for dragging you into this.
There they are. That's them, the 2 volunteers. Walika is our station master, and over there is our top driver, Nitoikwe. And this grizzled mug is Zopia, an engineer who joined around the same time as me.
Much obliged for the help. I'll make it worth your while, I promise.
Something the matter?
Would you happen to be a fan of trolleys?
Trolleys? They're fine, I suppose, but they're no match for our cerulean-powered engine.
She's absolutely glorious, let me tell you. If you'd like to bask in her beauty, well, you should visit the depot behind the platform.
Right then. What I'd like you two to do is help us procure timber. We'll be using it to fashion new railroad ties, so it needs to be the strongest stuff we can get. In these parts, that means the trees in the Piata-Yonan Plain. It is Hetsaro territory, though, so we need to get their permission first. Come on, no time to waste.
Though no small numbers here live in Shalona, I must confess I've never visited the home of the Hetsaharo. As they live in accordance with the traditions, I suspect they may have a dim view of the railroads. Finally, we're on to 96 level quests. Enville is eager to be off on the Prairian Plain. Come, let's follow Wawalika. There's another station on the way, so be sure to drop in. The train will be in the depot, but you can still see it from the outside. I'm quite taken by the sleek design of the head end myself, but if you peek through the window you can probably catch a glimpse of... Enough jabbering, Shanta. Thanks to these two, we finally have some real work to do, so let's get to it. We'll see you later. I suppose there's no harm at stopping at the station on the way, after all. I must confess, the terrain is an impressive sight. How easy it must be to ship goods through the wilds now. Right, Methawensigan should be northeast of here. Let us continue on. Such beauty. I know more than a few gleaners who'd love to explore this land. Ah, there you are. The village is just up ahead. Truth be told, I've never had direct dealings with the people of Methosawain, but I do know that traditions mean a great deal to them, as does the land. Ah, such lovely clean air. It feels like a treat after the overpowering ceruleum of Shishawini Springs. The waters nearby are just pristine. It's a paradise for people and animals both. I'm glad you appreciate the blessings of nature, as we do. Greetings, travellers, and welcome. I'm Hawato, Chief of Methosawain, and this is my son, Shitoa. A pleasure to meet you. I thank you for the warm welcome, and apologize for our sudden intrusion. I'm Warwika, Station Master of Zaktal Railing. The recent earthquake has damaged our tracks, and we require timber to make repairs. This is Elita and Erenville, who have volunteered to assist us with the restoration effort. You have a most curious air about you, of oil and steel, tanned leather, and the faintest hint of tender grass of lands unknown. I gather you are not from these lands. I'm a traveller of the star. Truly, I would love to know more of you and the land you have seen. I am told your people hold your traditions in the highest, yet I gather you are curious about those of others as well. But of course, nature is boundless, as is our love for her lands and her children. The Heheto in particular have done so much to guide our way of life. We're to hunt, to gather, to lay our heads. The Heheto teach us all these things and more. It is for that reason I believe we are tuned to the shifting winds around us. I see. That word, Hetzo, it means leader of souls in the Hetahara tongue, does it not? It does. There are many creatures revered as Heto among the Hetahara. Here we look to the Ronic for guidance. However, you may have gleaned from our use of etherites. While we are committed to our traditions, it does not mean we reject all outside influences. That said, there are certain things that give us pause. We will furnish you with the timber you require, but first, as neighbours in this land, we ask that you indulge us in a discretion. You'd be glad to, of course. Wonderful. We do not often receive guests come such a long way, and my son is always delighted to hear their tales. Now, if you follow me... Say, do you like the hunt? And what weapons do you like to use? If they follow the Ronic with reasons, it makes sense that they would live in tents and be broken down and transported easily. This tent is made with the hide and bones of Ronic. I wonder what else they are used for here. I will speak frankly. We fear the winds of change will soon bring misfortune to the land. The Ronic have made the potential for danger plain. As you may have heard, their temperament has become erratic of late. A stableman near has however mentioned that. Do you know what has caused this? We have our suspicions, since others were drawn to this land by Cerulean. Shalaloni has undergone a huge transformation. And the railroads were a part of that? As strong and resilient as they may seem, Ronic are sensitive creatures. The roar of the trains that thunders through the plains may well cause them distress. As my father said, we do not necessarily reject outside influences or innovations, but in this we can't help but worry. Understandably, I thank you for being forthright. This matter concerns not only Hatzraro, but all of Shaloni. Perhaps we should bring it to the attention of Draconia. Draconia, you say? We only know him through rumors, but he is apparently, how shall I put this, hard-headed and aloof. He values technological advancement and efficiency to the detriment of all else. Mind your tongue, Geppetto. Heh. While there is a grain of truth to the rumours, he is not nearly as bad as they make him out to be. He is a passionate man who cares for his people, like his sister. Is that so? That is certainly a side of him we weren't aware of. Elita fought beside Draconia in the right of succession. I take her word over rumours. You took part in the right of succession? You're that close to the Dawn servants? I was grateful for any help, but I had no idea I'd recruited a bona fide hero. The succession of Dawn servants filled us with an uncertainty for the future, but there is clearly much we do not know. On this particular occasion, the winds of change are not meant to be feared. No, we must open our hearts and minds that we might see Draconia for who he truly is. Do you think he might visit someday? Just as his father offered us guidance, I'm hopeful he will do the same. Thank you for hearing and allaying our concerns. I'm glad we could speak. As for your timber, we have freshly cut logs near the lake. Please take all that you require. We're terribly grateful. I promise we'll keep the Ronique foremost in our minds as we continue working on the railroad, and if needs be, we'll seek Dracona's counsel. My thanks again for your time and the timber. We shall endeavour to return the favour. I hope to see you again soon. We must talk again soon. Next time, perhaps on a hunt together. You'll come back, won't you? There's so much I'd like to know about the lands beyond Tural. We have to carry all this back to the station. We've more than enough timber to fix the tiles. Now we just need to transport it to the station, which will be a bit more involved than I thought. I didn't expect we'd be given so much. Mind waiting here a spell while I round up a few hands on Ronique. I won't be long. I'm glad that went well, and thankfully it seems we won't need to make several trips for the timber. And the land we trim. Ernbell regards the pile of timber with undisguised weariness. While we wait, we could get started moving the timber somewhere more accessible. It shouldn't take long if we split the work. Those are a few logs compared to the nigh countless crates and labyrinthos. I should think this will be enough. That was mighty kind of you to move all that lumber. Sorry we didn't make it back sooner. We'll see to the rest. Once we repair the tracks, we'll have you on the first train out of town. Ain't that right, Chief? As much as I'd love to make it so, there aren't any spots available. You'll have to wait for the other one, I'm afraid. You'll be riding free of charge. It's the least we can do to repay your kindness. That's fine. Namika and no few others were here long before we arrived. It's only right that they go before us. I hope you'll stop by and see the train off. It's a breathtaking sight, let me tell you. And Nito Koei will be driving. No engineer compares to her, and it's always a treat to watch her work. The only work we should be worried about is our own, Shenza, and we've still more to do. I'll find somewhere near the station to pass the time. If there's anything else in Shalona you're keen to see, I'll leave it to you. We'll handle the rest of it from here. You just sit tight. My thanks again for your timely assistance. Won't be long now before the tracks are fixed and you're on your way. It'll be good to have the train run again. I miss the sound of the barrowing down the tracks. Had your fill of the sights? Oh, they appear to be almost finished.
Glorious grand machine indeed. I hope Namika was able to secure a seat.
Here she comes!
Thanks to you, we managed to resume service much faster than anticipated. You have our gratitude.
There's nothing so enchanting as a cerulean-powered engine in motion.
Ain't that the truth? Don't think I'll ever tire of watching them chugging along. They make wagons look like toys.
And so long as we can lay the tracks, she can go on and on and on. Before you know it, she'll be crossing the entire continent.
Railroads are a somewhat recent addition to Thrall. As it stands, we can only ferry folks as far as Yassolani. And from an operational standpoint, we still have much to learn. There's always some problem or another to deal with. But we'll keep working at it. We'll hone our craft and continue expanding till one day, our trains are running coast to coast. That's the ultimate dream. Goodness, I completely lost track of time. By now, I expect the train will be nearing Yassolani. When it returns, we'll see you on your way. So if you've got any preparations to make, you better make them quick.
Not another one!
You can't be serious.
Gods have mercy.
Ooh. What? What's going on there?
What in the flying? What's happening?
Oh, the train! Nitowikwe and the others!
My home lies that way as well.
We're going to investigate. Right now!
What in the world? Are they heading for Tuliolal?
Please get back right away.
Heavens forfend.
You're here. Good. Good. They came from the sky and attacked without any warning. The people need our help.
Can you stand?
Try to remain calm, everyone!
Yeah! What the?
I don't know what they are, but they're not men.
Someone help me! Please! Oh! Oh!
No!
Bastard!
What did it just do?
Thank you.
Save the things. Just get to safety. I'll hold the line here. Fall back to the palace. Quickly, before it's overrun.
Thank you, Bakul Jaja.
This is simply how I do things now. So, who wants to taste my blade next?
What have you done?
That you should still live.
Sriracha?
By the gods, what has happened to you?
pure butchery, isn't it? After everything you've done in service to the throne, how could you betray us?
My demand is simple. The dissolution of Tuli Yolal and surrender of all its territories. Refuse, and I will kill every last one of you.
Have you gone mad?
No. My ambition remains unchanged. To teach the masses the folly of war, that they cry out for peace, and thus unite the world.
What has changed you so much, and in so short a time? To harm the very people you swore to serve? This is an unforgivable deed committed by my son! My son!
You have heard my ultimatum.
And you will have my answer. By my hands, I will end your madness.
Papa, wait! I should be the one to do this.
No. His sins are mine to bear.
Fear not. Ozoralja is strong. He has never been Father's equal in combat.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Farewell, Zoralja, my son. And forgive me.
What?
How?
Despite his old age, the mighty Gulul Jaja remains a fearsome foe indeed. You retain the vitality of two souls, despite the passing of one. I shall even the odds.
Papa?
No! Even the blessed are mortal.
Father!
You are no match for me.
Murderer. On my honor, as vow of resolve, I'll make you pay!
So the once faint-hearted girl would live up to her title. Very well. If only to demonstrate the disparity between us, I give you a chance to prove yourself. Rally the entirety of your strength. Lay siege to my kingdom. Strike me down, like I did father. Then, will you be his worthy successor?
Thralcha, wait!
My warships will remain in your skies. When you fail to prove your worth, I shall order them to lay waste to Tuli Yolal. Choose your next steps wisely.
Damn it. Why are we letting them get away? Father, no, this cannot be. How could this happen? I can scarcely believe my eyes. We did everything we could, everything, but it simply wasn't enough. 12, have mercy. No, Papa can't die. He can't. Clemata struggling to process what she has witnessed. How could this happen?
beyond saving.
Father, please. You can't give up.
Are you there, oh friend?
I could try healing too.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Look after my children.
What? I'm an old fossil like you. I've only got so many years left. But if that's what you want, it would be an honor.
You and I must go on another journey together someday.
Aye, you can count on it.
Oglamat. Kona.
Yes, Papa.
The graves of the Yokwi. You saw them, yes? I always found their teachings comforting.
Please, Father, you must save their strength.
Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. Through you, my hopes survive. Through you, I live on. So do not mourn me. Walk tall and see our nation to a brighter future.
What can we do now? Ghoul Jaja was proud to be succeeded by his children. To think that he will never get to see them carry on his legacy. At a time like this, we must take the initiative. There will be countless people in need of help. I don't understand. If only I had been more careful. We must see to the people. Assess casualties as well as damage done to the city, yes. Right, so, Vau Luquamat, Vaukana. I bring word from the city. The enemy has withdrawn, and the Lance Guard have begun rendering aid to the people. Casualties within our ranks have hindered progress, but we continue to do all that we can. I thank you for the report. Please inform the Guard they are to prioritize each such efforts until further notice. The people. I need to help them. We will assist you in whatever way we can, of course. Thank you. Thank you. There is sure to be wounded everywhere. More than I could count. We'll split up and help all of them. You can count on us. Elfino and Elise, could you take Bayside Bevy? And Kyle and Erinville, the palace perimeter. As for Elita, please come to the Resplendent Quarter with me. We'll all meet back here afterwards. Resplendent quarter, also you seemingly uniform in appearance. A closer look at these domiciles reveals the eclectic adornments added by the residents. The decorations emblematic of each inhabitant's land of origin. If Tulia were a giant bird, then these rich, colourful homes would form its resplendent plumage. Mehewahatsun. This village is home to a family of Hatsuraru who have taken the Ronit as their guiding animal. As the name implies, the land where the Hatsuraru graze is a nomadic settlement. The tents struck and pitched over and over as they follow seasonal migration of the Ronit. Thank you. The pain is better now, but I can't stop shaking. Where did they come from? Where did they attack us? And why are those things still in the sky? We had peace under Galuja. We were safe, but now... I'm sorry I raised my voice. It's just I don't know what to do. Thank you. I thought I was done for. I heard something disturbing. The enemy leader. They say he looked like Zoral Jah. But that can't be true, can it? Why would the First Promise attack his own people? But if it was him, what happens now? Is he going to come back? What do we do if he does? We've scarcely had time to welcome the new rulers, and now this. Can't we have a day of peace in this damn country? Thanks, I think I'm alright. Did you see them? Those soldiers? They looked like people, but they killed, and killed with no hesitation. If they attack us again, how can we hope to defend ourselves? Where are you hurt? Thank you, miss. But my husband and son, they were... Why did this happen? Everything's favourite boss was further smashed during the chaos of the big Foster fight. And now his ankle's sprained, but these are only small frets. More importantly, is the city safe now? We're still crawling with danger frights. Any news of inbreakers? My thanks, I'll be fine now. But we failed to protect the people. Why did so many have to die? Where was Val Muklamat and Val Konai? They're not to blame, I understand. But I need to clear my head. You finished aiding people here? Thank you. There were children among the wounded. Children! No, now isn't the time. There are still others who need help. Could you go and see how things are at the tackle mark? Afterwards, go to find Alize at Bayside's Bevy. There is no evidence of significant damage from this battle. The fighting did not spread this far, it seems. But where are those people? A fresh scorch mark on the ground are doubtless from the enemy assault. Help me, help me. The shop appears to have weathered the chaos, though its wares have been strewn across the floor. The port remains unscathed, but the enemy ships continue to loom overhead. All this wreckage. I've helped all those I could find, and seen them delivered unto the Landguard's care. As many casualties as there are, it would have been worse if the Landguard hadn't fought as bravely as they did. And if Zoralja actually meant to harm the people? I mean, look around, the buildings are hardly damaged. I suspect his aim was more to incite fear, to show that he could strike whenever he pleases. But we can discuss that later. How is Lamity? Even after what happened to her father, she's trying so hard to fulfill her duty to the people. Still, everyone has their limits. She needs rest, and soon. Someone mentioned seeing her head towards the shore. Perhaps she's gone to the Gorniku Gleam streams.
Steady now. I've brought you medicine. Drink.
There you are, Lamachi. I was beginning to...
Come on. Come on. Take it. Please.
Lamachi. Lamachi!
How? How could I?
Look at me, Lamachi. You need rest. You and her both. I will tend to this soul.
But my people... I have to help them.
The Landsguard have matters well in hand. Trust in them. If there's another attack, your people will need you to protect them. They'll need you to be sharp. So please rest. Consider it your duty.
I stood before them all. Said that we'd build a nation where everyone knows happiness. So much for that promise. What good is a vow of resolve who cannot save her people?
We'll handle this together.
You'll stick with me. Thank you. My head's a little clearer now. I need to concentrate on what I can do, rather than what I can't. We've dealt with unfriendly factions before. From Yokhui still longing for conquest, to adherents of blessed siblings, people who are unwilling to listen. Even so, I believed that by learning about one another and engaging in good faith, we could peacefully settle our differences. And we did. My brother is different. There will be no reasoning with him. He killed our people. Our father. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goal. What's more, he has power. The power to destroy the peace we've worked so hard to preserve. If I'm to protect that peace, then I must fight. I must confront Zorolja and kill him.
I'm fine. Just needed a moment to settle my nerves. Thank you for being there for me, and for urging me on despite my sulking. Sitting around complaining isn't very leader-like, is it? So much of happening so quickly, I struggle to make sense of it all. The strange soldiers, those floating ships, the new powers Zorolja commands. Given everything he's done, and still intends to do, I know I can't afford to run headlong into battle, not this time. I cannot let this terrible pain in my heart lead me astray, but I will make it my strength, the strength to do what I must. Right, I'm heading back to the palace. I need to talk strategy with Koana. Could you and the others join us in a while? However we decide to proceed, I want you all to be aware of it. Oh, and could you tell Alize I'll be alright? She's probably at Bayside Bevy. Oh, you're back. By that, I take it to mean Lamite is feeling better? She needs to be strong for the people of Tural. I understand that, but she doesn't have to do it alone. So if she intends to fight, then we fight together. That said, I wish I knew exactly what we were up against. Alize regards the fallen soldier thoughtfully. It's clearly not a person, but it doesn't look like any automaton or magitech weapon I've ever seen. As far and wide as you've travelled, though, perhaps you've encountered something similar before. Would you mind taking a closer look? It may yield some clues as to Zorolja's new powers. At first I assumed they were just soldiers in armour, but when I cut them down, it became clear that wasn't the case. In place of where the eyes or mouth might be, you see a strange symbol on the front of his helm. From a distance it appeared to be simple armour, but upon closer inspection its construction is quite intricate. The material from which it is made is unclear, and you see no signs of a power source. The general shape of this weapon resembles a gun, but its construction suggests it's far more advanced than anything you've seen before. So, what do you think? It's unlike anything I've ever seen. Indeed, while it resembles a person, it has features to make it uncanny. The lack of a face, not least of all. Did you see any sign of a power source? So it probably doesn't run on ceruleum or other conventional fuels. I tried channeling ether into it earlier, but there was no response. That would seem to rule it out as an arcane entity. It's completely lifeless now, a far cry from the unstoppable enemy it was in battle. Even the material it's made from is a mystery. Rather than a metal, it's more akin to stone. Wait, haven't we seen this somewhere recently? We have in the Sky Deep Sea Note. That's right, the glowing stone used in the chamber was the gate to the Golden City. And while the soldiers are of a different colour, the warships are the same black as the stone of the gate itself. There has to be a connection. Let's share our observations with the others when we gather at Sunperch. The sooner we get to the bottom of this mystery, the better. Looks like everyone else is already here.
Thank you for coming, everyone. And thank you for taking charge in the relief effort. We would have fared far worse without you.
Someone had to do it, that's all. Come, let's take stock.
In terms of casualties, at least 50 died in the attack. And many times that number are wounded. All available healers are seen to their care. Structural damage at least is limited, so essential business can be conducted without issue. That said, the people are understandably shaken. We must assuage their fears and begin working to restore things to normal as quickly as possible.
Now, the most confounding mystery remains our enemy. And their mechanical soldiers created with technology that surpasses anything I've ever seen. What is their nature? And how did Zoralja manage to bring them under his command? Such things remain unknown.
They emerged from the dome encasing Yasolani. We're quite certain of that much.
Speaking of the dome, we have some theories, I'm told.
Indeed. I would like to call upon some helpers to join the discussion. May I invite them here?
By all means.
It's me. Permission has been granted. You can come in.
Greetings, everyone.
Raha! Y'shtola! After that long voyage, I had hoped that we might be afforded a moment's rest, but I gather circumstances are quite dire.
All is well in the Annex, never fear. I've already dealt with the most pressing matters, and others hold the fort in my absence.
Following the changing of Dawn servants, Gulul Jar Jar spoke about the Golden City to his two successors. Thanks to Wublamat, I was allowed to attend that meeting. What I heard led me to conclude that this was a matter for the students. Thus did I call upon our comrades who possess the requisite expertise. It was actually after that the dome manifested. But, based on what we know, I have reason to believe that it is connected to the Golden City.
While we're eager to help, we have limited familiarity with the situation. Might we trouble you to explain from the beginning?
As you know, it was a letter I found tucked away in the Baldessian Annex that brought me to Tural. A letter from the Dawn servant addressed to my grandfather, sent some 20 years ago.
The request to investigate the City of Gold?
Indeed. The strange thing is, there was mention of neither Tural nor the city in our records. Hoping to learn the truth of my grandfather's mission, what he did and saw, I volunteered to help in the rite of succession. At the end of which, I was able to hear the tale from Gulul Jar Jar. Like us, my grandfather went to the deepest chamber of the Sky Deep cenote. And, like us, he saw the gate to the Golden City.
Is that what you required our help with? This gate?
It was. You see, the gate was opened once in the past, And
it led to another reflection.
I can take the story from here. Considering my part in these affairs, I reckon maybe I'm best equipped to speak on the matter. I was there too, you see. In those ruins, together with Galuf and Galul Jaja. And what I saw that day, I'll never forget.
This black stone is remarkable. I cannot help but wonder if the structures in this part of the ruins were built by a completely different civilization.
It was over 1,000 years ago that the giants mined here. Their records make no mention of glowing stones.
It harbors high concentrations of ether, and on the surface are what appear to be arcane patterns. They aren't Allegan, or Mahi, or Nemean. If anything, they put me in mind of the calculations of the South Sea Islanders, but even then...
Seven hells! What did you do?
Nothing.
An earthquake? None of this has ever happened before.
A void gate? Nay, this is different. Baby? Now, hold on. Why would you...
Now, what's this?
What is this? Who are you?
Though it never opened again, Galuf continued to study the gate for years after that, hoping to learn something of value. All he could conclude was that it was built with unknown technology, and that it led to another world, one apart from the Void. We'd assumed the ruins themselves were the Golden City, only to discover that the real prize actually lay beyond the gate, and beyond our reach. Couldn't make head nor tail of the artifact, either. As it had similar properties to the black stone in the ruins, we were convinced it was important. So Galul Jaja took it to the palace for safekeeping. Galuf, meanwhile, took the baby with him back to Sharlayan and raised her as his own.
Then the child was...
Crow?
The earring inside the letter to my grandfather. It was apparently found amongst my swaddling clothes.
If this is true, then it means that you hail from another reflection.
So it would seem. I still struggle to take it all in myself.
Huh.
Looking back, Grandfather was always quick to seek distractions whenever I broached the subject. But never would I have guessed anything like this. But enough about me. We have more pressing matters.
The forces that assailed Tuliyollal. You suspect they are somehow connected to the Golden City?
Thinking back on it, the soldiers looked like they could have been made from the same black stone.
And leading them was Zeralja. His involvement also lends weight to the theory. On the day of the succession ceremony, a bandit took me unawares and knocked me out. When I came to, I found my home turned upside down, with a few particular items missing. Namely the keystones I was entrusted with, for my role as Watcher of the Gate.
The bandit? You believe that it was...
I only got a glimpse of him, but was a blue-scaled Hubigo. I know no other.
The artifact stored at the palace was also stolen. The thief struck during this ceremony, and the guard was spread thin.
So our assumption is Zoralja somehow opened that gate to another reflection, where he acquired advanced technology and his mechanical army.
It fits. And if he did, then it's also likely that the dome is a product of this unknown reflection.
Hold on. We've been going on and on about the reflections, but what of my home? What's become of it?
We're going to find out.
Indeed. Where it concerns other realities, I dare say the Scions are best suited to tackle the task.
You can say that again. We've been to the literal edge of existence. Some mysterious giant dome shouldn't scare us.
As you know, our order has ostensibly disbanded. We'd thank you to be discreet about our unofficial reunion.
Huh. Worry not. We'll spare no effort to get to the bottom of this. And with our hero eager to help, you can be confident of the results.
I'm coming with you. If that's where my brother is, then that's where I must go. I can't say I understand everything you're discussing, but I know what I have to do. I have to put a stop to Zoralja and restore the people's happiness.
Suffice it to say, I share Lamachi's desire to join you. However, under these circumstances, it would be unwise for both vows to be absent from the city. As such, I shall remain in Tuliyollal. Come what may, I will protect our nation. So go forth, sister, and do what you must.
Thank you.
It may be prudent for us to likewise divide our forces. While one group ventures into the dome, the other keeps guard without.
Agreed. There's something I wish to investigate out here, so I will remain.
I as well. The enemy's warships still loom overhead, and I would see that we are prepared for the worst.
I wish to go to the dome. As a student, I have an obligation to investigate this potential threat to the world. But I'd be lying if I said I'm not deathly curious about my origins. If there's aught to be learned, then I want to learn it.
In that case, please let me come too. I have to see what's become of my home. I may not be a fighter, but I know those lands like the back of my hand. I can guide you.
If you hadn't offered, I would have asked. We're counting on you.
I'm not one for waiting around, so if it's all the same to you, I'll join the dome crew.
You should accompany them, Graha. I expect your knowledge and experience will be useful. In the meantime, I intend to learn what I can about the gate, and will keep you apprised of my findings. Pray do the same.
Assuming communication is possible from inside the dome, we'll maintain contact and share any developments.
It seems our teams are assembled. A fine roster, I think.
Looks good to me. We'll find a way to deal with the threat. For the sake of Tural.
It's truly heartening to have you at our side for this. Thank you, everyone. Now, before we set off, there's one thing I need to do. The people are still shaken by the attack, and I'd like to reassure them as best I can.
Yeah. Now that that huge cutscene's over, I'm gonna stop there for now. I will come back to this and talk with everyone and continue the quest tomorrow. I've got work tomorrow, so I will be on a little bit later than usual, but I'll still be on, like, and we'll have fun playing this tomorrow. See you all again sometime soon. Bye for now. Love you all. Mwah.